your life.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to Workout 2. we did Workout 1 last Thursday. Workout 2 today. Next Thursday is Workout 3. The last of the three. We have 3 workouts. Next Tuesday, we'll be doing Just Logic. We did Just Games this Tuesday, Tuesday before Just Reading. So these are the 6 extra help sessions we're doing to try to keep our students, involved with instruction for the May Flex test, which is getting closer and closer now. So we're at the Workout 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to tackle 12 assumption logic questions, timed, and then go over them. And 2 go, no-go games, go over them, and 1 reading comp. So this is like a little mini flex test, because your flex test is going to have 3 sections. 1 section of twice as many logics, 25 or 26. Twice as many games, 4 instead of 2, and of course 4 reading comps. So we want to keep active on all of those skills, but we've selected linear games for workout 1 because we know we're going to have them. Go, no go for this one, going to have 1. And in workout 3, we're going to do rules games because probably going to have 1 of those. Same thing with the logic types. We looked primarily at inference logic in workout 1 because it's extremely prevalent type of question. Assumption, really prevalent. We're going to have about 8 out of the 50 if you had 2 sections of logic, the norm. So you'll have about 4, possibly 5 on a 1 section. This type of question bothers folks a lot. Why? Well, because in an assumption logic question, we're given a full argument, evidence and a claim. But the claim is weak. The claim isn't well supported. It needs another piece of information to make it reasonable. Now, we might think of these the way they would look, let's say in physical form. We have a piece of evidence, another piece of evidence, and another piece of evidence. And we have a claim being supported, but typically the claim, the author's main opinion, overshoots the evidence. So we have evidence, but we're missing a piece. So the claim is weak, and we need to pop in 1 more piece of evidence to stabilize that claim. So we want to be mindful of that as you move through these. Read the argument. They'll all be arguments. Find a claim, and then go through your 5 answer choices and determine which one of these is an unstated but necessary piece of evidence needed to pop into the argument, repair the claim. That's your job, over and over with assumption. Find a claim, a little wobbly. Typically, but not always, there's new language in the claim that makes it more, it makes it more manageable to back into the correct answer, because there's new language that wasn't mentioned in the evidence. So the little example we used in class is we said what? William has a high GPA, competitive LSAT score, powerful personal statement, claim. So it looks like he's got a good chance of being accepted to Stetson Law School. Okay. Stetson Law School was not even alluded to in this evidence. We need at least 1 more piece of evidence to validate the claim, looks like he's got a good chance of going to Stetson. What's necessary, of course, what we said in class 5, which is when we did these, and remember there were 40 of these in your homework book to practice and an extra 40 behind your class 5 handout. We have a lot of work on these because it's necessary usually to do that many. But if he's going to be accepted to Stetson, didn't he have to apply to Stetson? Yeah. That little example helps us kind of, I think, get a grip on what our job is. If we said this, high GPA, competitive LSAT score, powerful personal statement, and he applied to Stetson, if we said that, then the claim looks like he's got a reasonably good chance of getting accepted to Stetson. Now that's not stupid. That's not weak. It's not perfect, but it's repaired. So we're doing repair jobs here with claims. And so we have 3 pages of them. Your page 1, 2, 3. Each have 4 assumption questions on them with their original numbers. So we moved up from, some lower number to some teenager to some later ones. And usually the earlier ones are a little more manageable as they get later in the section, a little tougher. The first page we have 4 kid questions, and the second page we've got kids and teenagers, and in the last page teenagers and the 20s. So we kind of paired it up that way. All right, so you ready to repair claims? Okay, all right, that's what we're going to do. So, and I'll be reviewing them as you do them. We've got our clock set for 20. That's completion of, half a section. If you did 20, this is a half section, so it's 12. If you did 20 of the 25 and you allowed yourself to focus, analyze, not just blow by, that's about the time. So if you finish early, super. If not, it's okay. And we're going to chew them up. Go through what's wrong with each wrong answer. Find the claim and what's wrong with the answer. So you ready? Pages 1, 2, 3, 20 minutes. See what happens. Please begin. Okay, there's our 20-minute buzzer. It's so exciting just staring at a screen for 20 minutes right now. Hopefully we're working on our questions and it doesn't matter. Okay. For people at home, perhaps if they had done the questions, it's a little boring. But anyway, we're going to start our conversation now. Our analysis of why the right answer is right. And the reason it's right is because it repairs the claim and it's not the other four. They don't do the job of repairing the claim. That's just, we've got to just back into these the best we can. Now, when we look at your question 1 about a government ought, we have one piece of evidence and a claim. So our correct answer is going to be a second piece of evidence. This is a small argument. First statement, government ought to protect and encourage free speech. What does that sound like? An opinion, right? There's our claim right there. That's going to need some help. Where's the one piece of evidence they give us? Well, it's the next sentence. When you see the words because, since, these trigger evidence. They give us a claim and then they tell us why. Remember, the claim is the what. They want us to buy into, agree with, understand, accept. The evidence is the why. So the why they gave us is free speech is an activity that's conducive to a healthy nation and thus in the best interest of the people. Okay, so government ought to protect it. Notice the claim is about protecting free speech, whereas this piece of evidence is about an activity that's conducive to a healthy nation. We really, it's not that we don't understand it, but to be accurate, we need to tie these two together and say, let's look at answer A. An activity, see, free speech is an activity that what? Conducive to a healthy nation. Answer A. An activity that is in the best interest of people ought to be protected by the government. The piece of evidence we had didn't have anything to do with the government. This answer ties government and the activity together. It says an activity that is in the interest of people, it ought to be protected by the government. Therefore, now we have a really valid claim. The government ought to protect and encourage the free speech. So we have the connection here between free speech activity and government ought to protect, and we validate the claim. Now, what is wrong? Because A is our winner. What's wrong with B? Basic inalienable rights. How is that necessary to this? Free speech we think of as a basic right, of course, in America, but we're talking free speech. We're not talking about all rights, So B, you got to go. It's a kind of an inference, but it sounds like something our author might agree with, might think, but that's not your job. Your job is repair this claim. Now, C, an activity that helps a government to govern. We're not talking govern. We're talking protect. Government should protect and encourage, not govern. Govern's not the subject, the topic we're really discussing. So you got to go. D, government ought to protect and encourage an activity that is conducive to the interests of that. How many times have we seen an attractive answer that gets stupid at the end? Government. No, what they're supposed to do is protect what's good for citizens. So D, you got to go. Last word, government, messing this one up. E, look at this. It's crazier really than B. Universal human rights. It's getting bigger and bigger. We're just looking for a puzzle piece to pop in. Or in the best interest of people ought to be protected and encouraged by the government. Yeah, but we're talking about free speech, not all universal rights. This is kind of generalizing. E, in a sense, is an opinion that kind of generalizes from the situation we're discussing here. If they ought to protect free speech, well, maybe they ought to protect other rights, but that's not the job. Repair the darn claim. What happens in assumptions over and over is we're attracted to these truths, things that seem reasonable truths. That's the job in inference. The job in assumption is fix the darn claim, not just tell the truth. No, assumptions are true and more. Okay, so question one, a great little example, because we only have one piece of evidence. Tie this together nicely. Let's look at your question 5, which was next. Having an efficient, attractive subway system makes good economic sense. Now, that certainly sounds like an opinion, but can an opinion be evidence? Yes. For instance, as we've said in class, if there's a medical malpractice case, we get the opinion of other physicians as expert witnesses. They're not the main claim. The main claim would probably be my client didn't commit malpractice, isn't liable for malpractice. That's the main claim. So you look at this, okay, you might be the claim, but I'm going to keep reading. So there looks more like a claim. The city needs to purchase new cars. This is a great example of claim as a call to action. What should we do? Claims are often calls to action. What do you want us to do? The first sentence is an opinion, but it's not really a call to action. Having this efficient and attractive system is good, is sensible. So what should we do? Get those new subway cars. Why? See the word since? Here's more why. Cities should always do what makes good economic sense. Now, let's re-scramble this a little bit. Let's take the last piece. Cities should do what always makes good sense. Okay. Sentence 1. Having an efficient, attractive subway system makes good sense. Now let's go down to answer E. New subway cars are required in order for the city to have the efficient, attractive system. So what's the call to action? Get some new cars. This is a lovely little put it together piece. Pop in answer E, and now we have a valid claim. So go get the new cars. We went from we want to do what makes good sense. An efficient, attractive subway system makes good sense. Answer E, but to do that, what's required is good subway cars. Claim. So let's go get some new subway cars. Now, what's wrong with A? Because we're not going to be able to do this on the test. We're not going to say, let's see why E pops in. Okay, we're reviewing. A, cities should invest in an efficient, attractive subway system. Well, yeah, but like that's the claim was, so go buy cars. This might be a reason why we would buy cars. Plus, they already have the system. They just need some new cars. So, A, you're not necessary. You're kind of in the area, the zone of the subject matter we're talking about, but you're not necessary evidence. B, cost-efficient subway cars are an integral part of an efficient system. Cost-effective subway cars. We just need new ones, We just need new cars. What needs to be efficient, i.e. cost-effective, is the whole system. What about C? Investment in the cars makes better sense. Whoa. Are we talking about what makes better sense? No. You're gone, C. D. New cars are financially affordable. Are they acting like the cars are affordable? Yeah, they are. But is that a necessary piece of evidence? Or is it just, it's a more global assumption? Yeah, and of course we can afford them, right? Yeah. They're almost inferring this, that we can't afford them. If they say go get them, then they must think we can afford them. Yeah. Okay. So again, a nice little example. Answer E, as we marshal our evidence, E validates this claim. Okay. 6, wonderful little example of, let me see if I got one of the cough drops here. No, I still have a tiny bit of that, not bronchitis, but the little bit of the bronchitis cough. We have 7 pieces of evidence, with 6 pieces of evidence and a claim and a missing piece of evidence. This thing ties together, though, quite nicely. We never pronounce things we don't have to. It just takes mental time. So we're just going to call this S. S disease reduces banana yields. Right, would make sense. If it's a banana disease, it's going to reduce yields. That's one piece of evidence. Second, it's endemic throughout the world where bananas are grown. Okay, so it's a serious problem. Got it. Third, fungus that causes disease to be controlled can be controlled with fungicides. So we can spray fungicides on there and control the disease. Okay, fourth, little catch though. Fungicides are hazardous to people. We can't be around it. Fifth, thus, these are unsuitable for small groves where people are living near the grove. Okay. Sixth, fortunately, most large plantations are in locations so isolated that the fungicides can be used safely. Okay, so we've got this problem with the bananas. We can fix it with fungicides, but we can't spray it on small groves because people live around there. But the large groves, it's safe. Now, notice the new term in the last sentence, the claim. Therefore, most of the world's crop, whoa, we were talking about fungicides, the disease, the trees. Now we just shifted to crop. Is not seriously threatened. That's true if we get most of the crop from the big plantations, which you go, well, of course we get it from the big plantations. Well, I don't know. We have to say that. Let's pop in correct answer B. We've got the fungicides are safe for large plantations. B, large plantations produce most or all of the world's bananas crop. They don't use the word crop, but the bananas, that's the crop. Therefore, most of the world's banana crop is safe. Lovely, lovely. Lots and lots of evidence, and it just lays it out all in the right order, which is cool. What's wrong with A? It will eventually be possible. Guys, we're way off base. We've got to pop in necessary evidence. C, spreads more slowly on large. I bet it does because they can spray them. That might be true, but that doesn't repair the claim, so the crop is safe, basically. D, the disease is the only disease. Oh, we don't know that. I mean, not that we don't know, because what we know is inference. But is it necessary, we should say, that it's the only disease that threatens the crop? It might be necessary that it's a serious problem, but it's not necessarily it's the only disease. What about E? Most of the banana trees that have not been exposed to the fungus grow in small groves. Great, we're happy for them. They grow in the small groves. They haven't been exposed to disease. Where's the crop? You know, nowhere. Love this as a great little example of a repair, answer B job on a logic question with a lot of evidence. A lot of evidence doesn't make it harder. Sometimes it can be really slick with just 1 or 2 pieces of evidence. This just lines up so nicely. Okay, so 6 is B bet. All right, and 4. We have a psychiatrist talking to us. Take any, now that's broad, any visceral emotion you care to consider, any one of them, any visceral emotion. Okay? All right? Think about that. They say what? There are always, again, this is very strong, always situations in which it's healthy to try to express the emotion. Okay, so psychiatrist is saying, I don't care which visceral emotion you talk about, any of them, there are always situations, that's very strong, in which it's healthy to try to express them. Now, that's an opinion, but is it the main opinion? Here's the so. Well, that's looking more main opinion-y. So is so. I'm going to tell you why, you know, or what actually here. So here's the what. There are always situations in which it's healthy to try to express one's anger. All we were reading about was visceral emotions, and there are always times when it's better to maybe try to express them. You know, go, what do people tell us? You know, go scream in a pillow or, you know, whatever kind of thing. Okay. But here they said anger. There isn't one word about anger in the evidence. We need to repair this. Let's pop in B. Anger is a visceral emotion. They're assuming it's visceral. If it's always okay, it's always probably better to express a visceral, and anger is a visceral emotion, then yes, there are always situations where it's healthy to try to express it. Now, what about how you feel about it? What if you say, well, you know, no, I think we need to be careful about anger. That really hurts other people, and no. Don't go there. Stay out of it. We leave our emotions at home, day of the test. And if you're going to do the flex, don't let them get in the room. Close the door, okay? Our opinions, if you're doing the flex, keep them out the door too. You're just a word processor, you know? Because they love to trigger our emotions with these. Say, well, I don't know that it's better to express your anger. That could be destructive. Stay out of it. What about what's wrong? Anger is always expressible. Well, they're kind of acting like it is at least sometimes expressible. But that's kind of more like a little inference they're making. B, repairs. We've got to know if they say there are times when there are always situations when it's healthy to express anger. We need to know it's visceral. That's what's necessary. Now, what about C? Might be true. Some kinds of emotions are unhealthy to express. I don't know. Certainly doesn't repair this claim. What about D? All emotions that are healthy to express are visceral. Oh, that was tempted sometimes by these, what we call flips. They say, the psychiatrist says, take any visceral, there are always situations in which it could be healthy to express it. D says all emotions that are healthy to express are visceral. It just flips. If visceral might be healthy to express it, is what basically the argument said. And then D just flips it and says, if healthy, then it's visceral. They love these flips. And they seem to pull at us because they're kind of what we're talking about. But kind of what we're talking about is not our job. Our job is fix this argument. E, an emotion is visceral only if it's healthy to express it. Is it necessary for an emotion to be visceral that it has to be healthy to express it? What did the psychiatrist say? Take any visceral, there are always situations. Didn't say it's all the time, but there are situations where in which it's healthy to try to express it. Um, uh, what if we got a 2-year-old having a little temper tantrum? It's not fun watching that. So, should we express our anger at this, our frustration at this? No, no, no rational parenting advice, book, psychiatrist, therapist, you name it, says we should do that. Let them scream it out if you can. So this is kind of ridiculous. If an emotion is visceral, like let's say we're frustrated or angry with that, only if it's healthy to express it. It might not be very healthy at all to express the frustration there with the temper tantrum. They'll get over it probably in a couple of minutes. It's just what they do. They'll move past it. They won't do that forever unless you buy into it. Then they get a lot of attention, and then it actually creates more of it. So the experts say. We certainly see that to be true with child rearing. Just one example of where it may not be healthy to express the anger because of what it might do to the child, So he is kind of stupid. So 4B, anger is visceral. That's necessary. Okay, super. So those on the first page, kind of nice, kind of manageable. Yeah, they were all kid questions. Now the second page, we have our 5, 6, 11, 12. We're getting into some low teens. Let's see what's going on in 5. We have a columnist talking to us. A democratic society cannot exist unless, we've got something necessary right here, unless its citizens have established strong bonds of mutual trust. Okay, we cannot get into law school unless we take the LSAT, usually. So what does it mean? Unless is the if part of an if-then statement negated. So what it means is a democratic society needs law school. To get into law school, we need the LSAT. We just kind of reverse and negate it. In our mind, car cannot go unless there's gasoline in it. Okay, so what does that mean? If the car's going, it needs gasoline. So a democratic society needs citizens to have strong bonds of mutual trust. We have to trust each other. Okay. That's a statement. It's an opinion, yes, but probably not the main opinion. It might be. You have to keep reading. Now, how do we get those bonds? Second sentence. Bonds are formed and strengthened only one way to get those bonds. Participate in civic organizations, political parties, or other groups outside the family. Get out of the house and get active in community efforts to support our society. Okay, so we got to participate in civic organizations too. Now, again, what about how you feel about this? Stay out of it. The author says the only way to get those bonds, only way is to get out of the house and participate in political parties, civic organizations, groups outside the family. Get outside your own family. Look at this crazy claim. It's obvious then, now here's a real opinion, strong one, that widespread reliance on movies and electronic media for entertainment has an inherently corrosive effect on democracy. Whoa, where did movies and electronic media come in? I thought we were trying to have a society that has bonds, and we get those bonds by going out and participating in civic organizations and parties. Where did movies come in? This is such a great example of wild words flying into the claim that weren't alluded to anywhere. So what do we need? We need an answer that ties that statement about movies and electronic media into what we were talking about. Let's pop in correct answer D. So democratic society needs citizens with bonds. Uh, how do we get to bonds? One way: get out of the house and get engaged in civic activities. Answer D. Relying on movies and electronic media makes people less likely to participate in groups outside the family. We just are couch potatoes with a cool TV and electronic media. We just stay home. We don't get out of the house. Now we can understand this opinion that widespread reliance on movies and electronic media has had a corrosive effect on democracy. If democracy needs bonds, and the only way to get bonds is civic participation, and answer D, and movies and electronic media keep us at home watching TV, keep us couch potatoes, then yes, they have a corrosive effect on democracy, because they keep us nice. It's a family bond, but it's not a society bond. Now, what's wrong with A? Anyone who relies on movies and media for entertainment is unable to form strong bond of mutual trust with a citizen. I think that's crazy. If you're home being a couch potato with significant others, friends, family, I bet there's some nice bonding going on there, and they're citizens and you're a citizen. This says unable to form a strong bond of mutual trust with a citizen. It's not that we're unable to form, it's that we don't get out. We don't get out into society. We stay home. We can form bonds, but they're with family then and not out in the larger community. What about B? Civic organizations cannot advance their goals by using media. Well, they probably can. What does this have to do with corrosive effect on democracy? They can't advance their goals without media. If a civic organization has the resources to use electronic media to show the problems they're trying to deal with and ask for help, that would probably help them. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about why in the heck do movies, keep it simple, have a corrosive effect on democracy? Because if that's what we do, sit and watch movies, we don't get out. And if we don't get out, we don't form social bonds with our larger society. And if we don't have those bonds, we don't have a strong democracy. Now, what about C? Newspapers and other forms of print strengthen rather than weaken democratic institutions. If movies have a corrosive effect, then this is a kind of a flip saying, yeah, but newspapers and print media doesn't. How does it repair the claim that movies do just because newspapers maybe don't? It doesn't. This is a kind of a flip in a way. They're the opposite kind of public communication from electronic, it's print media. It doesn't matter if they strengthen. We need to know why movies and electronic have a corrosive effect. Because we don't get out. Answer D, we don't get out if we rely on them for entertainment and involvement. What about E? People who rely on movies and media for entertainment are generally closer to their families than those who do not. That may be true. Let's all gather around and get the popcorn and watch a good movie. That may be true. Our job is not maybe true. Our job is fix this claim. How in the heck do movies, electronic media damage democracy? So we pounded this enough, I think. D brings in the movies and the media. E talked about movies and media. And A talked about movies and media. It had to be one of the three just from the get-go, because we need to tie those wow words of the claim into evidence. Okay, so 5 is D. Okay. Now, Number 6, in any field. Notice again how broad that statement is. Any field, doesn't matter what it is, be it athletics, be it intellectual endeavors, be it in the legal profession, any field. Experience is required for a proficient person to become an expert. That's a period. Let's think about that for a minute. Doesn't matter what kind of field we're talking about. Someone who is proficient will need experience to become an expert. This is what happens with new lawyers. Okay. You go to college, you do well, you go to law school, you do well. You're now a proficient person, but you're not an expert until we get experience. Lawyers need to practice to get the experience. So we've done this with driving. You get a license when we're proficient, but my gosh, a new driver's not an expert. They need experience. So relate to this, okay? They say experience changes a proficient person into an expert, okay? How, you might say in your mind? Well, through experience, proficient person gradually develops a repertoire of model situations. Like driving, after we've driven a lot, we've been in a lot of situations, we've got all these little scenarios little in our head. When we get in that again, we can have then, now that we're an expert, an immediate intuitive response to each new situation. We hardly need to think. We just see taillights coming on and we already start slowing down. It seems automatic. That's because we're an expert now from all the experience. All right, so we got this. We're understanding it. Look at this. For this reason, computerized expert systems cannot be as good as human experts. You almost think, where did that sentence come from? You just got thrown in here almost. Yeah, it's the claim hiding in the middle. We got computers, we got human experts. Oh, we got to validate this claim. So what we've got is experience changes us from proficient to expert. How? Well, proficient person gathers experience, many situations that allows an immediate intuitive response. And that is the hallmark of expertise, an immediate intuitive response. Okay. Now, let's look at the sentence after that claim buried in the middle. Computers, they have the ability to store millions of bits of information. Okay. All right. Yeah. Lots of bits of info. The knowledge, though, of human experts who benefit from all the experience, it is not stored as rules and facts. It's not just information. Okay. Now we're getting closer to being able to validate this claim. Let's pop in enter B. The knowledge of human experts cannot be adequately rendered into the type of info that a computer can store. Human expertise can't be stored in a computer. Now the claim makes sense. And for this reason, computerized expert systems cannot be as good as human experts. We can have a computer with all kinds of information, countless bits of information, but that's not the same as a human expert. Because the way that human brains acquire this expertise, it's just not stored as facts and information. We kind of like a little visual here. I'm kind of thinking of the computers like, bookcases, all this knowledge, information. But the human can process that. It's not just stored. It's not just in there as facts. We analyze. We do more than that. And that is not stored in a computer. So although computers are, quote, brilliant, human expert. And by the way, I don't know how many logic questions they've done comparing the human brain and a computer. I mean, I've seen at least 5 or 6 of them. They like this little deal where no matter how, competent, if you will, the computer becomes, they always come down the side of the human brain is better, is better. The computer can't do everything. So, all right. What is wrong? Because answer B pops in nicely. What's wrong with A? Computers can show no more, see this word, originality. We're not talking about originality. We're talking about a repertoire of situations that allow an immediate intuitive response. That's an expert. So originality is off topic. What about C? Human experts rely on information that can be expressed by rules and facts when they respond to new situations. Well, maybe we do, but if that is true, if we rely on rules and facts and the computer is loaded with rules and facts, then the computer could be better than us. Any answer that would weaken the claim is definitely out in assumption. At the very least, an assumption correct answer, its job is to repair the claim. And when it's repairing it, it certainly strengthens it, So when we pop that extra little leg into the table, that little picture we had on the board, or the support piece, when we repaired it, it certainly strengthened it, and the claim was nice and supported. So anything would weaken, like no, C says, no, when we get into, when we're an expert, we actually get into a new situation, we rely on rules and facts. Well, then the computer could be better. No, see, you're out. What about the future advances? Get out of there. We're talking about what's happening now. How is it now? What about E? Human experts rely heavily on intuition while they're developing a repertoire of model situations. Just trusting our gut. Well, that may be true too. But is our job maybe true? No, our job is validate the claim that a computerized expert cannot be as good as a human expert. Okay. Maybe E says, yeah, we use intuition, but notice it says what? While we're developing the model situations. In the meantime, and the computer doesn't have intuition, right? But its intuition is not what's necessary. We need to know that the expertise of human goes way beyond. Once we are an expert, not while we're developing it, by the way, goes way beyond facts and rules. And that's as far as the computer goes, says this argument right now. Now, what if you're a computer expert and, no, we've got new technology and they're starting to think, do what this says, One thing that I love about this question is it's so apropos to the LSAT. When you first start studying for the LSAT, we deal with facts and rules, how many types of games, what it is. But for you to be test ready, to become an expert, we use the term in class mastery, reaching mastery. Ideally, we have these words, an immediate intuitive response to a new question, a new game. We read it, we know just how to grab it. A new logic question, we see what's going down. Why? Because we've done so many. We have this enormous repertoire of experience. And then you can, whatever that magnificent mind does, we can see it, see what to do, see what to do, see what to do. This is truth. This is truth. This is the hallmark of an expert, an immediate intuitive response in a new situation, which they didn't add, that is appropriate. It isn't just, it's appropriate. Yeah, because we're drawing on all that and more. And that's what we want to do in the LSAT. Well, we have to do a lot of this torture. Oh, but it's worth it. Okay. 11. Okay. Present goal in the field of medicine seems to be to extend life indefinitely. Okay. That's an opinion. It seems that medicine wants to just extend life, live longer, like no matter what. Okay. Just let it be. Increasingly, ability to transplant organs like hearts, livers, lungs, kidneys make that possible. We can live longer. So we're doing that. We're transplanting these things and people are living longer. Here's a but. Whenever we have a but transition, we can never achieve brain transplants. We can't transplant a brain. And they're going to tell us why. For start, 10 million nerve cells running from the brain down the neck, not to mention the millions joining to. Okay, there's a lot of detail right there that we don't really need. We just take it. We can never achieve a brain transplant. It's just way too complicated. Too much going on. We have lots of information here. Now they say clearly then, so it does look like they're coming into a claim. As transplantation of organs allows more and more people to live longer, we're transplanting, more hearts, lungs, livers, all that stuff, kidneys. Those with degenerative brain disorders, brains that are shrinking, like the Alzheimer's stuff and what have you, brains getting littler, will form an ever increasing, notice they didn't say number, they said proportion of the population. Okay, people with brain disorders, an increasing proportion of the population. Now, let's just do a little visual on this, okay? Proportion is percent, and we know that. So let's say right now, here's, people with problems, health problems. We've got people with the liver problems and the kidney problems and the heart problems and the people with the degenerative brain problems. Let's say they're all 1/6 of the people with serious health problems. Okay. We are fixing these people. We're fixing these people. We're fixing these people. So now, how many people have problems? Just the people with the brain disorders. We can fix all the other ones. So if this is the universe of people with serious health problems, and we fix all these other ones, we find cures for this, transplants for this, then people with problems, brain disorder is going to be like the only thing in there, only thing in the problem. It'll be like, let's keep it simple, 100%, because all the other ones have been fixed. So although it was 1/6, half of 33%, by our little story. Now it's 100% of the problems because we fixed all the other ones. It's a little awkward. They didn't say more people with brain disorders. They just said larger percent. Okay, larger percent. So let's pop in answer C. There are degenerative brain disorders that will not be curable with brain transplants. Yeah, they're assuming that, because when they say people with the degenerative brain disorders are going to be an increasing percent of the people of the population, then yeah, because they'll die eventually. Everybody does, but everybody else will be fixed, is the point. But these are not fixable without transplant. Because really, what if we found another way to treat them? What if transplant, okay, we can't transplant brain disorders, let's say, but what if we could cure them with nutritional things, or I don't know, zap them with radar. I mean, I don't know what, fix them somehow so they get back to working order. Charge them up again somehow. Well, then we wouldn't have that problem either. But when they say they're going to be an increasing proportion, then we can't fix them without the transplant, because we can't do the brain transplant. Now, let's see what's wrong with it. Degenerative brain disorders will increasingly strike younger and younger. We don't know what age. No. It's just a bigger proportion because we fixed everything else. What about B? It's still quite rare for people to live long enough to need more than one transplant. Where's the brain disorders here? Nothing. Okay, that may be true. We don't usually need more than one transplant. Okay. A, B, you're gone. D, degenerative brain disorders. Okay, at least now we're back on what we're talking about. Account for a very small proportion of deaths. Oh man, so people have them, but they don't die right away. It's a small proportion of deaths in the population at large. Okay, but the claim said that they're going to be an ever increasing proportion of the people. Yeah, because we can't fix them with the transplant. So now D is deaths, a small portion of deaths. Now, if it was a large portion of deaths, that would weaken, perhaps, the claim, because the claim says there's going to be a bigger proportion in the population. This kind of supports it, strengthens a little, but the issue is not deaths. The issue is what percentage of people with problems are brain disorders now. What about E? More is being spent. Oh, come on. I don't know how much is being spent. The correct answer and assumption must be true. Must be true based on what we read, and repair the claim. It's a twofold job. Inference is just true. We stop right there. But assumption is true and more. It's true and repairs the claim. And by the way, when it repairs that claim, it strengthens the claim, of course. So 11C, low teen, a little more awkward than some of the kid questions, perhaps. 12, we've got an economist talking to us. Every time one of them talks, I get a little concerned because we're a nonprofit. I don't know how to make money. So when they start talking about how to make money, I'm like, I don't know. That's not what we do. We sure know how to get folks past this test and into law school. No, I need some help with making some money. Okay, so 12. I go pay attention. Maybe you'll learn something. Economist says this. Technology now changes so rapidly, workers need periodic retraining. Okay, hold on to that. Technology is changing. We know that. Every 2 years, 3 years, you go, I need a new phone. I need a new computer. I'm not keeping up. Long time ago, you got one phone. It was stuck on the wall, and it lasted a lifetime. You didn't need a new one. They lasted forever, those things. Okay, those old landlines. So, yeah, relate. not that you can relate well to that, but technology now changes so rapidly. We need retraining. What happens when you get a new phone or new computer? Oh, you got to sit down and figure out how to use the darn thing. We get it. All right, that's first statement. Second statement, such retraining can be efficient only. This is a strong statement. How to get the training efficient? Only if it allows individual companies to meet their own short-term needs. The kind of computer training, let's say, that our staff would need if we were to get new technology, which we do periodically. Okay, but if it still works, we don't usually get rid of stuff. Anyway, we may donate. Try to relate. What we would need is very different from what the restaurant next door would need, right? Yeah, they're keeping track of food orders and all that, and what's in the freezer and the fridge and all that. We're keeping track of students and test data and things like that. So we get this, okay? Retraining can be efficient only if it allows individual companies to meet their own short-term needs. Look at this wild claim. Hence, they're telling us it's a claim. Large governmental job retraining. Wait, where did that come from? It just flew in. Large governmental job retraining programs no longer viable in an effort to, that should be, I'm sorry, that's a little typo, retrain workers. It's not too far off, but retrain workers. Okay, I think we can get the gist of it. So wait a minute. All I know is technology changes rapidly. When it does, we need to learn, but we need to retrain. But that training is only efficient if it meets the short-term needs of individual companies. And now they say, so the large governmental retraining is not efficient. We need to tie that in. Let's pop in correct answer D. We need something about large governmental, right? Those retraining programs do not meet short-term needs of different companies. They're just generic, right? Yeah. So now we can justify the claim, hence the large governmental retraining no longer viable to retrain workers efficiently. If they just teach generic, here's how to use this computer. Okay, right, but what about the way we need to do it? What about the way they need to do it? What about the way, the law firm across the street needs to do it? It's different. So D's lovely. They don't meet our short-term needs, and for it to be efficient, it's got to meet the business's short-term needs. Now, what about A? Workers will not need to be retrained when the pace is slower. What does this have to do with large governmental job retraining programs no longer going to be a good option? Nothing. Get rid of it. And there's no sign that this is slowing down anyway, but don't bring that in. But anyway, what about B? Large job retraining programs, okay, at least that's what we're talking about, will be less efficient than smaller programs if the pace of technology slows. Actually, maybe if the pace slows, they might be a little more efficient. It's more general. I don't know. But guys, we're trying to tie in this evidence with what? Individual short-term needs of the businesses. C is, B is in the ballpark a little bit, but that's not good enough. We need to be able to pop that answer right in, and it fits beautifully. What about C? No single type of retraining program is most efficient at retraining technological workers. Probably true, but like we're talking about what? Individual companies. Now, C is talking about technological workers. And where in the heck is large governmental retraining? Large governmental retraining is only in D. Large job retraining programs is in B, and nothing else talks about that key term in the claim that was thrown in. I kind of think of it sometimes as this term is parachuted into this argument, and where did it come from? E, technological workers, more likely now than in the past to move in order to find work. Oh, come on. Are we even talking about retraining? No, no. Oh, I love these bad answers. We've got to be really appreciative of them, because the stupider they are, the more comfortable we are just getting rid of them. Don't strain your brain and go, oh, how could that work in? It doesn't. It doesn't. And if it doesn't, and some of them are going to be really out there, let them go. Just get rid of the darn thing. It's really wonderful when they're silly like that. Okay. Last page. We have a 14, a 15, a 16, and a 22. And these are going to be probably a little stickier. I don't really like 14 that much. I'm just going to tell you. But of course, we're tackling it. But I don't even like it. I'm just telling you, to me, it's a little, I don't know. I can't really say. It's not as clear, let's say that, as some of the other. We understand what they're saying, but it's a little tougher to figure out what it is that they're assuming then. So, fact, 30 years ago, back in the 90s, let's say, the percentage, not the number, the percentage of British people who vacationed in foreign countries was very small compared to the large percent who travel abroad for vacations now. Okay, stop. Britain is an island. You know, on the continent in Europe, you can get on a train, go all over the whole place. You can get in your car and go all over the whole place. It's not expensive to go from France to Germany, France to Italy, France. We just drive, take the train. England, Britain, you got to fly off of that place or boat off of that place, you know? I think there's some things that you can get on with your car and go across, but I mean, it's expensive. So wrap your mind around what it's saying. 30 years ago, they're not saying British people didn't take vacations. They just went to the shore or something. They didn't go over to the continent or fly over to America or fly down to, you know, South America or Africa or Asia, whatever. Okay, because you had to get out of there in a more complicated way. But they don't say that, but we're trying to, you know, understand this. But today, a large percent, they travel abroad. They leave the big island and they go over to Europe. They come over to the United States. They, you know. Now, they tell us foreign travel has always been expensive from Britain. It always costs money to get off that big island, more than just get in your car and drive. You know, we get it. What if we want to go to Minnesota? We could get in our car and just drive. What if we want to go to Hawaii? We got to fly or take a boat. I mean, you know, it's more expensive. Okay. Now, so it's always been expensive to travel abroad from Britain. Okay, we have two bits of evidence. So there's a higher percentage of Brits traveling abroad now than in the past, much higher. But it's always been expensive. Look at this claim. Therefore, British people must have, on average, more money. They must have more dollars to spend on vacations than they had 30 years ago. It seems pretty reasonable. It doesn't seem like it's got a big hole in it. If it's always been expensive, I guess they must have more dollars. What's necessary to repair this? It doesn't seem that there's such a big gaping hole here. Look at crazy answer D, the one they like. If more the British people 30 years ago had enough money to vacation abroad, they would have. How can we justify a claim that they must have more money? All we know is in the past, 30 years ago, a smaller percentage traveled abroad than now. A large percent travels abroad. And it's always been expensive. So D says, and if they'd had the money to travel abroad, they would have. So claim they must have more money. The claim brings in how much money they have, and D is the assumption that if they've had it, they would have spent it. So they must have more money. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's look at A. If foreign travel had been less expensive 30 years ago, they still would not have had enough money to take vacations abroad. How does that validate a claim that they must have more money now? If it had been less expensive, they still wouldn't have gone. Maybe that helps us think that they must have more money now, but I mean, it also kind of looks like if it had been less expensive, they still wouldn't have gone. Maybe they don't want to go abroad. Maybe they just want to just go to the shore. That's the ideal vacation. A doesn't repair the claim that they have more money now. What about B? If travel to Britain, no, we're not traveling to Britain. We're trying to get off the island. B, you're gone. C, if the percentage of British people vacationing abroad was lower 30 years ago, then the British people 30 years ago must have spent more money on domestic vacations. Well, they might have, but how does that repair the claim that they have more money now? If presuming that they took a vacation every year, let's say, then if they must have spent money then on domestic vacations. Yeah. Okay, but how does that validate the claim they have more money now? It doesn't. We can get rid of A, B, C just because they're kind of stupid. They don't really do the job of repairing this claim. A kind of tugs at us a little bit. It seems truthful, but that's not enough. What about E? If they're now wealthier, now the claim just says they've got more money to spend on vacations. If they're now wealthier than they were 30 years ago, they must have more money to spend on vacations now than they did 30 years ago. Well, what you said is a larger percent vacations abroad now. It's always cost a lot of money to do that. So they must have more money. E to me is kind of an inference. So they're now wealthier than they were 30 years ago. Then they must have more money. You could also say it kind of restates. Then they must have more money too to spend on vacations now than they did 30 years ago. I think E could tug at us. But if you say they do this more now than they did in the past, they must have more money, you are assuming that money was the issue, that vacation money was the issue. So if 30 years ago had enough money to vacation abroad, they would have. could there be, and we can't get crazy with these, but could there be other reasons that they would vacation more abroad now than 30 years ago, other than that they have more money for vacations? What if cruises are a whole lot cheaper than they used to be? That's kind of true. What if they 30 years ago they didn't have the boat that takes them, across the channel and things like that? It doesn't necessarily mean they have more money. Maybe there are less expensive travel options now, okay, to travel out of the country. So if you claim, since more of them are, or a higher percent are going, they must have more money, you're assuming that if they'd had the money to spend on vacations, then they would have. So they must have more money. I don't like it. Did anybody get D? All right, excellent. I know. We could pound this and pound this and pound this. I think we have the sense of it. If you say they must have more money, you're assuming that's how they would have spent it. And that's what D says. If they'd had it, they would have spent it on vacations. Maybe housing is less expensive now. Maybe education is less expensive. I don't know. Maybe healthcare is less expensive now. I don't know. They may not have more money. They just may have a way to spend more on vacations. And so to say they have more money, you're acting like, they would have spent it on vacations if they had it. Let's just think, a little tiny example popped in my head. Let's just say we know Susie, and you just really rarely ever saw her at Starbucks. She just rarely went over there and got a coffee. Okay. But now you're seeing her go in and out of there every day. Let's say you work there and you see her every day, comes in and gets coffee. And you claim, wow, she must have more money now. It's not necessary that she has more money now, because, in other words, to say she has more money now means that if she'd had it before, she would have spent it on coffees. Maybe she was making coffee at home, or maybe her friend was getting a coffee for both of them every day. In other words, we're assuming that she would have bought the coffee if she could have afforded it before. So if she's buying it now, you say she must have more money. You're assuming she would have bought it before if she'd had more money. But we need to say that she would have bought it before, because there's other reasons why she may not have bought it before. Maybe it's not money. Okay, let's do 15, 16, and 22. 15, and we're definitely in the mid, to high teens now. During recent economic downturn, banks contributed by loaning less money. Oh, okay, so we had a downturn and banks didn't help. They loaned less money. Prior to the downturn, standards were tightened. Okay, so wait. We have just prior to a downturn, standards are tightened. And then we have during the downturn, banks loaned less money. Okay. Claim. Clearly, therefore, so here is the big opinion. Banks will lend more money. They'll open the faucet again and lend more money when those standards are relaxed. Okay, so we had an economic downturn. Standards were tightened. Banks loan less money. Claim. So clearly when the standards are relaxed, they'll lend more money. This again is kind of doesn't really seem like there's a gaping hole in it. Okay. What does this argument assume? Well, they like A. The downturn did not cause a significant decrease in the total amount of money on deposit at the bank, which they have to lend. It's a stupid way of saying, and they have the money. Okay, they have the money. They assume they have the money because they say, look, we had a downturn, they tightened the standards. Now, answer A, the downturn, and they loaned less money. Okay, they loaned less money. The downturn, though, didn't cause them to have less money. They've got it. It's just sitting there, but they're not loaning it. Clearly, when the standards are relaxed, they'll loan it again. How can they loan it if they don't have it? For all we know, the downturn caused the bank to lose a lot of money. And that might even be why they tightened the standards. They didn't have money to lend. You're saying once the standards are relaxed, they'll lend more money. You're assuming they've got it. They're just not lending it out, you know? Maybe take the little, situation that we've been facing the last couple months. There was never a problem going to the store and getting toilet paper, right? Then we got the pandemic. People rushing to get the toilet paper. Shelves are empty. Okay? This thing says when it's over, you'll be able to go back in the store and get all the toilet paper you want. What are they acting like? It's being made. The toilet paper is available. It's somewhere. We just get it back to the store. We can get it to the store. That kind of logic here. If you say when it's over, it'll be available again, you are assuming it is being made and ready to ship and all that. What's wrong with B? The imposition of the tighter standards was not the cause of the downturn. No, it probably wasn't. The downturn caused the standards to tighten. Okay. Like the toilet paper shortage did cause the pandemic. The pandemic caused the toilet paper shortage, so no. What about C? Reason for tightening the regulatory standards was not arbitrary. There was a reason for it. Well, that may be true. It wasn't arbitrary, but how does that repair the claim? Therefore, the banks will lend money again. It doesn't. B and D are nuts. What about C? No economic downturn is accompanied by a significant decrease in the amount of money loaned out to people and businesses. Well, I thought they just claimed when it's relaxed, there'll be money to lend. That's assuming there's money sitting there. They just don't want to lend it. This says no downturn is accompanied by a decrease in the amount of money loaned. What if it said no downturn is accompanied by a significant decrease in the amount of money available to be loaned out, something like that? This just says no decrease in the amount of money loaned. We know darn well there was a decrease in the amount of money loaned. The banks tightened standards and loaned less money. They said so. This isn't even consistent with what we read. The word loaned is messing us up big time here. This isn't even true. They're not loaning it out, but we don't know if that's because they don't have it or they're afraid to loan it out. But the claim says when it's relaxed, they will loan it out. Then you're assuming they have it. E, no relaxation of standards for loan making by banks would compensate for the effects of the downturn. Whether the bank relaxed or tightened or whatever, it would not compensate for the effects of the downturn. Well, I don't know, maybe not. Guys, we're way off base here. The claim is there'll be plenty of money as soon as the standards are relaxed. If there's plenty of money, then it's got to be in the bank now. They've got to have it. They've got to be able to get it, to lend it. So that's what A says. A says, and they've got the money. They're just tight now. Are we okay with A here? Sort of. Okay, we'll just make up another quick little story. Let's say Susie's your neighbor, and she's always happy to loan you stuff or give you stuff. Oh yeah, I got plenty. You can have this. You can have that. Pandemic comes, and Susie says, no, I can't give you anything. And you say, they claim when it's over, she'll be happy to share her toilet paper with you, her hand sanitizer, her whatever. What is it assuming? She has it. She has it. Right? If you say she'll be happy to loan to you again, then you're assuming she has it. That's all. It's that loose, if you will, that amorphous. It's not a tight pop in. It's sometimes we call this one and the one before, a kind of a global assumption. It's kind of a floaty truth that, yeah, we need, but it doesn't pop in quite as tightly as some of the others that are more visible. Okay, 16. This is a cool one. One thing we need to know about the LSAT is the absence of evidence does not tell us anything. The presence of evidence tells us something. And we just need to know that, period. So an example we use is if you do not live alone and you leave, you go out, and the kitchen's clean when you leave, and when you come home, the kitchen's clean. There's no evidence that there's been cooking. You don't know whether there's no cooking that's been done or someone cooked and cleaned up. Absence of evidence does not tell us anything. However, let's say the kitchen was clean when you left and you went out and you came back and there's stuff everywhere. There's, the bread's left out and there's spaghetti sauce dripping down the side of the counter. And you go, whoa, who's been cooking in here? Presence of evidence tells us something. Absence of evidence, we don't know. We have some evidence here in these paintings and engravings, but we're making a bigger claim than that. So let's see what's going on. Numerous paintings and engravings representing warfare have been found in remains of all civilizations. We don't care where you go all over the world, there's paintings and engravings of warfare going way back to the Neolithic period when agriculture first developed. Okay, so let's have a Neolithic period. Here it is. Here's the Neolithic period when we got agriculture. Prior to that and post that. Okay. Numerous paintings, engravings representing warfare can be found in remains. All civilizations going back to the Neolithic. So if we go from here back, all have war. Okay. Now, Neolithic, we got agriculture. However, no paintings or engravings of warfare found dating from before Neolithic. Before Neolithic, we don't have any paintings. We have no paintings at all. No paintings of war. None. All of these have paintings of war. So what do they say? They say, therefore, warfare must have first developed as a result of their transition to agricultural society. Here is the line: agriculture started this. Before this, we didn't have. Why? Well, we don't have paintings. We have no evidence of warfare. Do we really know whether there was any warfare or not? No, we don't. We just don't have the evidence of it. But we have evidence. We know what's happening here. And the line demarks agriculture. In other words, no longer hunter-gatherers, but place-bound and growing crops. Okay. What are they assuming? If they claim that agriculture caused these wars, answer C, no war prior to the time when the paintings were made. They are assuming if there's no paintings, then there's no war. Then they can say prior to that there wasn't warfare. Paintings we are the evidence. Okay. Now, so C, if we pop this in, lots of paintings of warfare in every civilization, including Neolithic, going back to it when we first got agriculture, and no paintings of war before that. Answer C. And so there must not have been any war because there weren't any paintings. Therefore, warfare must have first developed as a result of the transition to agriculture, fighting then over turf. Okay, what's wrong with A? Paintings and engravings were the dominant forms of artistic expression. They probably were, okay, or we don't know if they were a form, but is that necessary? What does it have to do with warfare? No, nothing. Get out of there. B, warfare in this period was always motivated by territorial disputes over agricultural land. I don't know if it was always motivated by territorial disputes. Could have been motivated by something else. The correct answer and assumption need to be true and repair the claim. So if warfare was always motivated by territorial disputes, then that could lend some support that it started happening then. But what does this have to do with the paintings? They're saying there's no paintings, so there's no war. Okay? That's why C is preferable. What about D? Warfare is the inevitable result of the development of a civilization. Well, now maybe, but where's paintings? We're not even going with the painting, nothing. So no, you're done. E, paintings and engravings. Thank you. We have paintings and engravings in A, C, and E. Of agricultural life. Oh, wait, I thought we were talking about pictures of war. Agricultural life began to be made at the same time as paintings and engravings of warfare. All that does is strengthen the claim that where we had the paintings of war, now we're painting agriculture. They're painting what's happening. But what does it have to do with this? No war. Just because we have no paintings, we don't know that there was no war. We need to know that there's no war without paintings. If it had happened, they would have painted it. So no paintings, no war, then we can say, yep, so here's where it all began. All right. Last one. 22. In humans, okay, got a kind of chain of events here. Humans, we ingest protein. What happens? It gets broken down into amino acids. Okay. Now, all of them must compete to enter the brain. These acids are trying to get in the brain. If we then will eat sugar, subsequent sugar, that leads to the production of insulin. What does it do? It breaks down sugar. We know that. And it rids, oh, I didn't know this, rids the bloodstream of residual amino acids. So when we eat sugar, it not only breaks down, not only produces insulin that breaks down the sugar, but that insulin breaks down amino acids, all of them except for one. One amino acid. You guys know how to pronounce this? We don't need to. We're just going to call it T, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't, unless it's a word that you're used to saying, just let it go. Looks like tryptophan or something. Anyway, so the sugars have been eaten up by the insulin. The other amino acids have been eaten up by the insulin. So, but not the T stuff. So what does it do? It slips in. It slips into the brain uncontested. It's not competing with anyone. It just goes right in. And what happens then? Well, it's transformed into serotonin. When the T stuff gets in the brain, it becomes serotonin. And that increases the serotonin level. Okay, so we see this chain of events. Here comes the claim. Thus, sugars can play a major role in mood elevation. Wait, where are we talking about mood? We haven't talked about mood. Helping one feel relaxed and anxiety-free. Oh. Well, we got to tie that in. We need something about mood and anxiety-free and relaxed that has something to do with, all we know is serotonin's up, so we feel better, okay? How about D? It's lovely. Increasing the level of serotonin in the brain promotes relaxation freedom. So all we know is the T slips in uncontested. When it gets in there, it increases serotonin. Answer D, increasing serotonin promotes relaxation and freedom. Thus, sugars can play a role in mood elevation, helping us to feel relaxed and anxiety-free. Now, does this mean you should change your diet to sugar? No. There's a billion reasons why we do not do that, okay? No. This is just, it does help us explain why we might feel a little rush with a little piece of candy or, a cookie or something, but no. This is not permission then to change your diet to sugar. Now, is all this stuff true? Always. Whatever LSAC says, it's true. We may not know it. We may have not heard. Could the information have changed since questions have been written? Yes. But we must accept everything they say is true. But I'll tell you, this stuff, we've checked a lot of this stuff out just for the fun of it. It's always true. They don't fly in the face of falsity. It's the interpretation that can mess us up. All right, so what's wrong with A? Elevation of mood and freedom from anxiety require a level of serotonin going up. No, if serotonin's up, mood's up, but mood can be up for what? What if you just hear some music you like or see a friend you enjoy being with? Guys, I don't know. It's not serotonin. There's nothing that says it's required. And so I don't even know, if A is true. But if we accept it as true, is it necessary to repair this claim? We just know it happens. When the serotonin's up, we feel better. I don't know that that's the only way to get freedom from anxiety and mood. What about B? Failure to consume foods rich in sugar. If we don't eat foods rich in sugar, then we're going to feel anxious and have a bad and be in a bad mood. I don't know. It might be, it might be true based on what we read. I'm not sure. But what we really need is serotonin, according to this, to feel better. And sugar is a way to get it. C, serotonin can be produced naturally only if the T is present in the bloodstream. I don't know. Okay, we know that T slips in the brain and it increases the serotonin level, but can serotonin only be produced if the T is present? If that's the only way we can get to. Is that necessary to validate this claim that sugars can play a role in relaxation and anxiety reduction? What about E? The consumption of protein-rich foods, now we're talking about protein, results in anxiety and lowering of mood. Eat protein and you're going to feel anxious and depressed. Oh, get out of there. This is ridiculous. How does that have anything to do with sugars can play a role in mood elevation, relaxation? D. It's a nice, it's pretty clear, really, for a late question. You have been wonderful, wonderfully attentive. So have you guys at home. I presume there's one or two of you out there coping with this. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to time on 2 games, run through them on the board, wrap up with the reading, and we will have done workout 2. Okay, so I'm going to set the timer for, what do you think? Maybe 10? Something like that? Okay. Oh, I forgot to ask you. If you got, there were 12 of these, if you got 6 of them, that's the threshold we've got to reach. We've got to get half. And if we get more than that, the more than that, the better. So if you got 6, we're at that 146, meaning 50 of the 100 questions right, that kind of proportion. And then more, even better. Better and better and better. More the better. All right. Is it likely we get all of them? No, it's possible. It's just not likely. Okay. Lots of good different examples of assumption. There are 2 different ways of it coming in. Okay. Thanks, sweetie.
No, it was really helpful as well, and I got to write, so yeah. So I think it's like just doing good with my time. It's kind of like a working on getting through questions fast, also being right. So that was good. Yeah.
just so we can just shut this down, and then tomorrow we can take, just.
All right. Thank you.
And that's a reasonable time that people expect to get phone calls back and emails and stuff. They don't expect it after that.
All right.
Oh, we're overtime. Sorry about that. Okay. A extremely quick review on Go No Go. Not much. We know we're going to have one. They're extremely prevalent. That's why we're doing them on the quiz or the workout, or whatever you want to call this. They are not linear. They are not rigid and boxy. They are loose and soupy. And what these games do is they name players, and they are driven by, well, all games name players, but there's no sequence, there's no order. There's not much rigidity. The organizers are really very simplistic and basic here, if at all. A lot of them will ask us to select 5 from a group of 8, select 6 from a group of 9, things like this. One group go, no goes, driven by the conditional statement rules, if A, then B. They'll give us a list of players. They'll say we're going to select 5 of the 7, let's say, and then here come the conditions. If A is going to go, B is going to go. If B is not going to go, then C is going to go. We see that. Not that these rules are exclusively the rules, but we see these kind of ticking off of if this and that, if this and that, if this and that, if this and that. And so we're always just figuring out who's going to go. And if you want to feel more comfortable about how to identify a game by an efficient organizer, just read the 19 stories of the linear games in your games homework book. Just read the paragraphs of rules. Just read, and you'll see order, sequence, blah, blah, blah. Bilinear, just read them. Turn to the go, no goes and just read them. You see they're all about selecting, going, not going, inclusion, exclusion, driven by these conditional statements. Now, we pounded these in class 5. And what we said is if the rule says if A's going, then B's going. If our car's going, then it needs gasoline. Means if A's going, B's going, it means A needs B. The only additional truth we can get from that, A needs B, is reverse and negate. So if B can't go, and there's no gasoline in the car, then it can't go. Reverse and negate, reverse and negate, reverse and negate. That's how we get truth from conditional statements. And we get more and more facile at doing that, understanding what these rules mean, because these are all about rules. The organizer is non-existent in one group, just selecting. Now, when there's 2 or 3 groups, then we're sorting, like we said in class. We're sorting like who's going in the washer, who's going in the dryer. 2 groups. 3 groups, who's in the washer, who's in the dryer, who's in the laundry basket. So here, in 2 or 3 groups, we're sorting and distributing. We're still selecting, but then we're just sorting. Which pile do you go in? Order is irrelevant. We're going to play 2 that lend themselves to this kind of analysis, because just as we can't get too good at assumption or inference or linear, we can't get too good at go, no go games. So we have 2 of them, one on your page 4-5, and then another one on your 6, 7. There's a little stop sign there. What do you think would be a good time? If our job is to do 2 on the test, that would be 35 minutes for 2. And we're not going to time for 35 minutes. That's too long for our purposes, okay? What if we know that if we did 3 games, which is pretty achievable, we have a little more than a minute apiece. So we have 2 games here. I was thinking maybe we'd time for 20 again, just to kind of round it up. What do you think? That can be all right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so people at home, if they've again played them or not, we're going to start the timer then for 20 minutes for the 2 games and see what you come up with. It's a good clip. And we'll play them out on the board. Okay, so 2 go, no goes, 20 minutes. Please begin. Okay, that's our time. Pretty quick. First one, we have 8 new students, and they are being divided into 3 classes. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. Looks like 3 groups to me. Classes 1 and 2 will get 3 students each. 3 will get 2. What are the rules? Okay. Let's we are sorting here. Who is going to go in which class? So everybody's going to play. It's a question of where we're going to put them. Okay. So what's fixed are the classes. Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. And how many matters. So what they tell us is there's 8 of them, and 1 and 2 get 3 new students. Let's put placeholders. That's 6, and Class 3 gets 2. Now that's a little bit awkward because 3 gets 2 and 2 gets 3. It's a little odd, you know. You kind of think maybe it would be nice if 2 would get 2 and 3 would get 3, but that's not their concern. Okay, so the students, RS, TVW, XYZ. Okay, and here come the rules. R must be out of class 1. R is in 1, and we just put R in there. Rule 2, S is in 3. Oh, love this. Yes, sometimes they tell us where they're. Now, I'm intentionally putting them at the beginning and the end because we've learned that if we do something like that, what we're working with is visible here. It's just a little strategy that's helpful. Rule 3, neither S nor W can be added to the same class as Y. Okay, if Y, then no S. If Y, then no W. Okay, and we can shorthand that too. Since we're sorting in groups, distributing in groups, this is the breakup rule, you know. Only one thing you can just say is, okay, YS, not same group. YW, not same group. It doesn't mean not next to, like in linear. It just means not in the same group. You could do it real short like this if you like. Rule 4, V cannot be out of the same class as Z. Same thing. If V no Z, if Z no V, what it means is V and Z. We got to keep those 2 apart. So we have to keep Y and S apart, Y and W apart, and V and Z apart. And don't wonder why, just they say we can't. Now we have rule 5. If T is in 1, if T is in 1, then what has to happen? Then Z's got to be in 1 as well. Okay, so if T goes into 1 and R's already in there, Z has to go in there. That means class 1 is going to be full if T goes in there. Okay. Question 1 asks us, you know, what could be the distribution and assignment of students? Simple rule checks, R in 1, yep, we see R's all the way down. S in 2, S in 3. Ooh, B's out, S is not in 3. Okay, B out for rule 2. Rule 3, Y and S, conflict. Ups, well, B's out again, but it's already gone. What about YW? Ooh, E. So E's out for 3. B's out for 2. So 2, 3, you didn't get broken. 4, VZ. Where do we have them? Do we have them together? About in C, do we have V and Z? Yeah, we do. C breaks rule 4. So we have 4 answers out. We have what's left is D. So let's record it. Just to give us, a little grip. Okay. So D says it's possible, RXZ. And then TVY and SW. We're going to write WS because of the way we've set it up. Okay, so as usual, we get a chance to get comfy with the rules. It's really nice. Have a rule checker, and we're moving forward. 2. Which the following is a complete and accurate list of the classes, any one of which V could be added. Now, V's not a floater. V can't be with Z, but we want to know which classes could V be added. We have 3 classes. 1, 2, 3. We know V can be added to 2. We have evidence of it. So then we just say, well, could V be added to 1? Could we do RV somebody and get this to work out? Well, we have to keep S away from Y, and we have to keep Y away from W. Well, maybe we could just throw Y in here to get rid of conflicts. It's just one possibility. Now we don't have to deal with rule 3. We've considered it. VZ, Z could be anywhere. 5, if T's in 1, it's not, so you're not happening. So V's here, it's not going to be with Z. Can this happen? Yes. Can be 1. Now, just for learning purposes, you say, well, could it be in 3? V here. We have to keep Y and S apart. That's not a problem now. We have to keep Y and W apart. Oh, we better do this. We better do Y, W, or WY. Keep them apart. That means we would not put T in 1. Because if T's in 1, Z's in 1. So T will put you over here in 2. Now, who's left? Z. We've taken here Y, W, Z, and who else we have? We have so many players here. R, S, T, W, Y, Z. I'm not sure who's left. We've filled in R. Oh, I think X. Yeah, we don't have X. There we go. So X, the mystery player. X is a floater. X is a floater. So that's why it wasn't popping up. So yeah, we could have X and Z or Z and X. Yeah. Complete and accurate list where V could be is anywhere, all 3. Now, we've said when we talked about complete and accurate questions that the correct answer is usually a big answer, and this is the biggest answer, 1, 2, and 3. However, sometimes we're a little bit reluctant to say, gee, I don't know, I'll just say all 3. We would only say that if they're asking us, which of the flavors of ice cream do you want, or which of the donuts do you want, or whatever. I say, well, I'll take one of all. Don't be afraid of that. When answers have been available everywhere, all of them, and on rare occasions nowhere, none of them, they are possible answers. They are not to just be tossed away. So yeah, 2 is E, okay? And 1 was D. Okay. Number 3, if X is in class 1, who must be in 2? Okay, well, I don't know. Let's just put X in 1. We know that R is already in 1. Now we're going to put X in 1 and somebody else. We know S is in 3. Now, my mind is going to Rule 5. And reason is because Rule 5 is all about class 1. If we put T in here, we need Z in here. So T, you definitely cannot be here. And then we want to be mindful of all the people we have to get separated. X is the floater, doesn't have conflicts with anybody. We've got to make sure there is never a Y in class 3. You could even, put that right up in your reference line. Y is troublemaking. What if we put T here? We've got a no T here. What if we put T here with S? Who's left over? V, Z, they can't be together. Y, W, they can't be together. Can we separate all of them? No, we can't. There's not enough room to separate all of them. We're going to end up with a conflict. T, buddy, you can't be 3. Because if you do, we're going to end up with some of those other kids who can't be together in here. You are forced to be in class 2. Now, we can put someone down there with S, but not, Y or W, who has to be separated, like maybe Z. And then let's say we've got to keep Y, W apart. We could do Y, W, W, Y. And who's left? V, I think, yeah. Is this okay? We don't have V with Z. But that T, what gives us a hint is as soon as we put any other player in the first class, we can't have T in there unless that other player happens to be Z. If it is, then T can be in there. So with 3, who's got to be added to class 2 is T. Okay, so 3A. Y is a could, W is a could, but we're looking for must though, So 3A, big difference, must and could. All right. Let's look at 4. If X is added to class 3, each of the following is a pair of students who can be added to class 1, except, okay, X and 3. That means 3 is full. And whenever a group is full, we've got to really do some serious separating. We have R and 2 people. Now, we don't need to worry about Rules 1 and 2, we've got that built in. Rule 3, we don't have to worry about that. S is not with Y. But the other aspect of 3, WY, we've got to keep them apart. So let's say we do WY. You only have 2 groups left. YW. Okay, they're apart. VZ. Oh, okay. Keep them apart. V or Z. Z or V. Now who's left? T. T. So what do they want to know? Class 1 except. Class 1, look at all the folks who could be in there. V, Z, W, Y. They give us little combos of all those. It's T. T's really limited here. If T's in 1, it causes a lot of restriction. So 4E, okay? Five. If T is added to 3, now again, we're going to have class 3 full, which define is a student who must be in 2. Okay, we're going to put T in 3 now. Okay. We have R and 2 people in 1, 3 people in 2, and T and S in 3, and it's full. And same kind of thing we had going up here. We've got to separate W and Y. Rule 3, we don't have to worry about YS because S is over there with T. We have to separate V and Z. Now who's left? X. This is kind of wild. The same exact analysis that we engaged in to back into 4, we do here. All that they did was say, okay, if X is with us, what happens? If T is with us, what happens? The same thing happens. They just reverse them. So 5, can our work in a previous question make another question a lot more manageable? Yes, this is a great example of that. 5, who must be in class 2 is X now, who could be in there, Y, W, Z, V, any of them could be in there. And they're all in the answers. We have 4 coulds and C must. Okay. So 5C. All right, let's look at 6. Well, it must be 2, period. We have to test each one. If T and X are in 2, V is in 3. If T and X are in 2, do we have any evidence of that? V is in 3. Let's try it up here. TX2. There's no Y there. Does V have to be in 3? T in the floater. We have to keep people apart. We have to keep Y away from S. Rule 3. We have to keep W and Y apart. Okay, well, we'll do that. V and Z apart. Maybe VZ or ZV, maybe W here. They're asking must. Who's left? have RST, V, Z, W, X, Y. This is just a way. If T and X are into V in 3, we've got V in 1 or 2. This is, no, that's certainly not a must. Okay. What about B? V and W in 1, T in 3. VW in 1. Look at this. VW in 1. T's not in 3. T's in 2. We have evidence that that's not absolutely true. It could be VW in 1, T3, but it could be VW in 1, T2. That's a could. What about C? VW in 1, Z in 3. VW in 1, T's in 3. VW in 1, X is in 3. That's certainly not a must be true. And using our evidence really helps us. Because if it must be true, it's got to happen every time you lay out these players. D, V and X 1, W in 3. V and X 1. I don't see that. I see Z and X. Okay, so V and X 1. We've locked up our floater. We've got V. You know, Y. Y cannot be with S. That's rule 3. So Y would have to be in 2. Now, V has to be separated from Z. That's not a problem. W has to be away from Y, though. And that Y has got to be in 2. So that W is going to have to be in 3 to keep them apart, because this group's full. Now, who's left? We have R, V, X. We have T, right? T's left. And somebody else. RVX,
Z.
W, no,
Z.
the Z. There we go, the Z. That's it. For some reason, it's just like one too many kids for me to keep. I have to keep checking the list a little more carefully. They say, learning theorists say that 7 is about the maximum, like random things humans can hold. 3 is comfortable. 4, we're good on. 5, we start to get with these 8 kids, it just a little one too many. Anyway, D, if V and X are in 1, is W in 3? Yes. We didn't even really need to fill out 2. We just need to know W's in 3, and that's it. So 6D, and when we find it in games, we are done. So now, let's say distributing players into 3 groups, not too bad. So quickly, 1 was D dog, 2E, 3A, 4E, 5C, 6D. Could have gotten them. Let's look at the next one. I think it has a little more bite to it than this. A little more. But this is a lot of folks to keep track of. And we don't need to wonder why they separate those kids. There's a lot of reasons. There's been a couple of games where you have to keep kids apart. They're playing a little joke there. We've done it a couple of times. Page 6 says 9 different treatments are available for a certain illness: 3 antibiotics, 3 dietary, and 3 physical therapies. Whenever they serve up our players in 3 varieties, keep them in those varieties. It's always going to matter. So, all right, let's do that. We have antibiotics, the antis, and they are FGH. We have the diet, MNO, and notice that FGH are close in the alphabet, MNO are close in the alphabet, and they're a little far from them. They tend to do this. They don't bunch them all up, and that's helpful. Now, and then they have physical therapies. Okay, PTs. And they have UVW way down at the end of the alphabet. So 9 of them. And what are they going to do? For each case of the illness, a doctor will prescribe exactly 5. We will select 5. That's how 5 of the 9. That's how 1 groups tend to go. Select some from the pile. Now, first rule: if 2 antibiotics are prescribed, the remaining 1 is not. I think we could simplify that statement by saying 2 antibiotics at most, So the antibiotics, you could also do this. You could say the antis equal 1 or 2. That's another thing. 3, not possible. Okay, so, and you can also put a little note up here. 1 to 2 of these will be selected. Rule 2. 1 dietary. Diet. Exactly 1. Okay, so I would suggest a 1 in a bubble here. 1 of those. That's going to come up a lot. Rule 3. If O is not prescribed, F cannot be prescribed. If we don't have gasoline in our car, it can't go. So what does this mean? If there's no O, is what they said, then there's no F. Reverse and negate. So if there's an F, it needs O. So that would be, and you want to put it in its more straightforward position. So F, if F, then O. If O doesn't go, F doesn't go. Okay? All right. If there's no gasoline, the car is not operable. 4. If W is, F is not. W and F don't get along. If W, then no F. Okay. So, wow. F needs O, but W is allergic to F. We can't have them both. And if we reverse and negate that, if F, no W. So what this really means is F and W, they can't be selected. It's a breakup rule. 5, G cannot be prescribed if both N and U. Now they put the if part here in the middle. If we have N and U, then we cannot do G. Now, if we reverse and negate that, what we know is if G, then we cannot have N and U. Now, could we have N but not U? Yeah. Could we have U but not N? Yeah. We have neither one of them. Yeah. We just can't have them both. This combo precludes, this pair precludes G. Now 6. V cannot be prescribed unless H and M are prescribed. Unless is the if part of an if-then statement, only negated. What if this said this? You cannot be accepted to law school unless you do both the LSAT and the Credential Assembly Service. What does it mean? It means if law school, we need LSAT and Credential Assembly Service. So V cannot be selected unless it has H and M, means if V, then V is very needy. It needs H and M. So if we're missing either H or M, V needs two things. We can't have V. Notice there's no organizer, there's no board. What we would suggest is this is in the ilk of a one group go, no go, except we have 3 types of critters, players, antibiotics, diets, physical therapies. We've got 5 placeholders. And I would recommend that we, since there's only one diet, that we maybe always think about who the diet is and then let everybody else play out. That's going to be useful. It's the most restrictive player or type of player, one dietary out of the 3. We can have 2 of the antibiotics, and as far as we know, without getting too deep, it looks like all the physical therapies could be used, but it probably won't work out. We'll see. Okay, so we start rule testing 18. Rule 1 says 1 or 2 antibiotics. Now, that means 1 or 2 of the FGH. Well, A's out, it's got all 3 of them. Rule 2, we have to have only one dietary, and the dietaries are MNO. We've got 2 of them in B and 2 of them in C. This is incredible. A is out for rule 1, B and C out both for rule 2. Could they have other problems? Yes. But once an answer breaks a rule, we're done with it. Now we have an awful lot of rules here. It's a little surprising that 2 consecutive answers would break the same rule, but it happened. Now, rule 3, F needs O. So we're only examining D and E. And let's be aware that they always lay out players in alphabetical order. So both D and E start with G. They don't have F. So they're not going to mess with this rule. F is earlier in the alphabet than G. If F is going to be in an answer, it's going to be stated first. So we don't even need to examine D and E for the F rule. Now, and we don't need to examine them for the W is allergic to F because F isn't in D or E. So 5 says if you have N and U, we can't have G. Well, we've got N and U and D, and we have G, so D's out for rule 5. And 6 says V needs H and M. Oh, well, we've already gotten rid of A, B, C, D. We don't need to go there. Okay. So E is one possible collection. Let's record it. The dietary is O, and then the other guys are GHUW. We have 2 antibiotics and 2 physical therapies, and that's fine. 19. Which of the following could be the antibiotics and physical therapies for a given case? Just antibiotics and physical therapies, just these guys, not worrying about dietary. Okay. Who could they be? Little tough here. All of them, notice all of them start with F. Guys, I would start with this F needs O, except what? They didn't include the dietary, so we don't know. Okay, so that's not really going to help us. But what we do know is W is allergic to F. Any of these with W in it? Yeah, A. And the other thing that's wrong with A, of course, is we have 3 of them, F, G, H. So A is actually out for rule 1. And F is allergic to W. That gets rid of, rule 4 gets rid of C. What about B? FGU. Well, V is very needy. V needs H, and H isn't there. No. So A, B, C are gone. Now D, GUVW, V needs H. H isn't there. Oh, so we're left with E. Okay. And we'll put that in our little, very loose little organizer. H, U, V, W. Now, we have an opportunity to learn from this, that we could have all 3 physical therapies. Those guys don't have conflicts with each other. The only thing is this V needs H and M, although they don't show it. V has the H it needs. We need the dietary M, to validate this, but we don't need to. They just say who could 4 of them be. All right. 20. If O is prescribed, which of the following is a pair of treatments, both of which must also be prescribed? If we have O, there are 2 other treatments we need. Okay, well, I don't know. Let's get O up here in dietary. And we have a picture with an O up there. F needs O, but it does not mean that O needs F. Okay. I think the strategy here would be to look at our other players. FGH, 1 or 2 of them, and UVW, okay, and get rid of some. F needs O, it's got what it needs, but V needs H and M. With O, we're certainly not going to have V. Now, does anybody need V? Well, no, but we could have 1 or 2 of these. What does F needs O, W? If we have N and U, there's no G. Do we have any other help here? Well, no, but we don't have V. On the face of it, for sure, we don't have V. So any answer with the V in it is gone. Now, the other thing that's just hitting us in the face is if we have O, we don't have M or N, you know? So because the dietaries are M and O. And if we select the O, we don't have N, we don't have M. So any answer with N is gone, M is gone, V is gone. Let's go there. A has M, B has V, C has N, D has V. You're kidding me. No. E, U, and W. There's a problem with all of them except for E. If we have O, no N, no M. One dietary. And if we don't have them, we don't have V because V needs M. So E says we could have U and W. And look up there in 18, we have an O and we have U and W. That's just a little affirming. So we don't really need a picture of this. Okay. We kind of have a picture of it up there. A way it could work. So we'll just let this go. And we'll do 21. So 20 was E also. And that's 3 E's in a row. And that's okay. 3 in a row happens, 3 in a row of some same letter happens an average of twice per test. We did 74 as the diagnostic in this round, and there were 3 or 4 occasions where there were 3 in a row. That was a little much. 21, if G is prescribed, which defines a pair of treatments, both of which could also be prescribed. So if we have G, 2 others we could have. Now, looking at the antibiotics, if we have G, we don't have F, right? Oh, no, wait, I'm treating them as dietary. If we have G, we could have 2, not just 1. Okay. Who do we not have, though? Well, let's see what they should have brought. What we do know is if we have N and U, we can't have G, right? Okay. So answer A says F and M. Oh, no, we can't have F and M because F needs O. F needs O. And this one says if G is prescribed, we need the O. F needs O. What about B? F and N. F needs O. If we have M, we don't have O. If we have N, we don't have O. It's not that F has a problem with them. It's that M and N the F would need O, and M, F has a problem. M needs O, and we can't have O and M. Answer B, F needs O, and we can't have N and O. So A and B would cause real problems with Rule 3. C, N and V. N is a dietary, and V needs dietary M. We can never have N and V because this V needs that M. Whenever there's a V, there's M. There's no N, there's no O. So, no. Answer C is out. N and V because V needs M. What about D? O and B. V needs M. And we can't have M and O. Wow, this is a lot like 20. Kind of rule violations on the face. E is possible. So guys, A and B are out for Rule 3. Because F needs O, can't have both M and O. B, F needs O. We can't have N and O. C and D are out for rule 6. V needs M in C and D, and M cannot coexist with N or O. They're dietaries. We have a dietary in all 4 of these, and the player they've selected needs a different dietary. So E is possible. VW, we could do it. We don't need to prove it. We just need to know it could happen. With W, there would be, no F. V would need H and M. We'll prove it anyway. V needs H and M. M doesn't need anything, just no N or O. H doesn't need anything. This would be fine. Okay, so 21E, okay. Wait a minute, is that 4 E's in a row? Has that ever happened before? Yes, it's rare. It's happened about 3-4 times. It had not happened ever, and we were careful to say they have never done 4 in a row the same letter. And then someone who writes a big book said something a little different. They said LSAC does not do 4 in a row, rather than they have not done 4 in a row. And what do you suppose LSAC did on the very next test? 4 in a row. And to let them know who was boss, not on the one after, but the test after that, they did 4 in a row of the same letter. So can you have 4 in a row the same? Yes, it's possible. It's not likely, but you know what? You're going to bubble because the answer is right in your analysis, and that's it. They have never done 5 the same. Okay, they can make 10 the same if they want to. I mean, it's their test. Of course, they wouldn't do that, but that would be kind of ridiculous. But yeah. So 4 E's, and that could bother people. Especially people who believe they never do 4 in a row, because that's not true. And here's the proof right here. One of the, infrequent examples of 4 in a row. The same. All right. 22. Which defined is a list of 3 treatments that could be prescribed together. Who could be in the soup together? A says FMU. Well, M is a dietary, and F, we've learned a couple of times now, is very needy, needs O. So A, you're out for really, you'd cause rule 3 problems. F needs O, and we only have 1 dietary. Rules 2 and 3 ruin A. B, FOW. Well, F and W, rule 4, are allergic to each other. No, we can't have F and W. C, G, and V. V needs M, and there's 1 dietary. We can't have M and N. So no, we can't do this. D, GVW. GVW. Oh, look at here. GVW. We know it can happen. What's wrong with E? H and V. N is a dietary. V needs M. One dietary. That just keeps coming up and biting us right in the nose. One dietary, one dietary. So 22 is D dog. Because in A, we'd have M and O. In B, we have the FW conflict. In C, we'd end up with N and M. And in E, we'd end up with N and M. So it's D. And we have proof too, which is kind of nice. Okay, last one. Which of the following treatments cannot be prescribed for any case? What? You mean there's a treatment that can't ever play? Why did they say there's 9 of them and if one of them can't work out? They've done something like this a time or two. They've said something that actually doesn't work. Not so much on the face of the rule, but the implications as we play the rules out make it impossible. Okay, this is a little slick. They're saying someone can never be, there's someone who we're never going to pick. Now, let's look at our evidence. Answer A says G. Oh gosh, we've got G here and here. We know we can use G. Answer B says M. Got it right here and there. We know we can use M. What about N? I don't see it. What about D? U. Got it right there. E, W. Got it right there. We know the answer C because all the evidence we've saved. Please save evidence in linears and one group go no goes, and this is such a great example of it. Let's just learn why, for learning purposes, why we can't ever use dietary N. If we have N, we don't have M, we don't have O. Now, the other guys are FGH, UVW. Who needs M? B does. Who needs O? F does. Okay. So that would leave G, H, U, W. Rule 5 says if we have N and U, we can't have G. It creates a shortage of workable players. So you go, well, why did they even put N in there? Well, a little challenge, that's all. Now, you could know, though, from your evidence that the answer's C, just bubble it and go. No? All right. Well, that was a nice little more exercise in go, no go. We're going to time on a reading count passage just to finish this workout up with some logic, 12 logic, 2 games, and just one little reading comp just to give us a little more reading exercise. You might enjoy this one. I don't know. It's a law-related passage. Your passage is on your page 8. Questions on your page 9. We're going to hold the timer for 10 minutes. When folks do 3 passages, we have about 11 minutes. When they do 4, we have about 9. So we're just going to compromise and just do a 10. Half the people practicing law today did 3. It would be our estimate, kind of, because that's what we see with our students. About half do 3, and half can do 4. We're not saying they get them all right, but they can read that fast. Does that mean there's something wrong with the people who can do 3? No, nothing wrong with that. It's just some people. Eyeball brain loop, the reading thing, moves a little more slowly, perhaps though more effectively than people who can read faster. I don't know. That is not going to change. That speed is not going to change between now and the test. What can change is our ability to select correct answers, our ability to practice staying focused, motivate ourselves, clearing our mind, boiling down to essence, reading question stems carefully, and eliminating wrong. That we can do over and over. And those strategies and all the others that we talked about in class 4 can help us be more effective here. We're not going to read faster. We can be more effective, though, and that's what we're working on. We can learn to read faster, but it takes much more calendar time than weeks. So we're going to tackle this one. It's pretty interesting. I'll set the timer for 10 minutes if I can see. Oh, there's where I put it. Ready to learn something new? Okay. Law related. Could be interesting. Page 8 and 9. 10 minutes. Please begin. Okay, now that's 10. You'd have another minute if you did 3 minute or even 2, 33, 34 minutes. But we're counting on you needing a little bit of time to select, to decide which one to do, maybe skip or save till last. Anyway, quick big picture here. We have 3 paragraphs. That means this thing transitions twice. We know it's an argument. Clearly, there's a lot of language here indicating I've got, a position I'm trying to put forth, says our author. But whenever that happens, there's always another position that they're arguing against. And they always let the other people talk first. Always. This happens in logic and reading. So paragraph 1, our author's laying out the position of some legal scholars. Says things like, some scholars, they argue, line 7, they believe. That's not our author. That's them. That's the scholars. Paragraph 2 starts with the important word but. Now we're shifting. Paragraph 1 basically says these scholars, some of them say, lawyers got one job, defend that client. Paragraph 2, our author's talking, and our author says, you guys are overlooking. Lawyer has 2 jobs, twofold responsibility. Yes, of course, to the client and to the court. You're an officer of the court. Basically saying we can't make false statements in court. As lawyers, my gosh, you can't mislead the court. We have to be mindful of both of our responsibilities. In paragraph 3, the author adds a caveat basically saying, and the obligation of the court and to society ultimately benefits the defendant. You might say, how can it benefit the defendant when the lawyer won't lie and say my client's innocent when they're really guilty and the lawyer knows guilty? Well, there's a word there in quotes, best defense. Everybody knows people are entitled to the best defense, right, in our society. But the author says best defense, line 44, can only truly be provided by an advocate who is convinced of the merits of the case. And it's not, we're an advocate of their rights, the accused rights, but not dishonesty. Okay, so that's the mindset of our author. So what's the main idea? Well, scholars have a view, some scholars have a view, and our author has a different view. So main idea is broad, but central in terms of the issues and truthful, given what we read. What about A? Some scholars, defend a morally questionable view. The defense lawyer's sole obligation to their clients is to provide best defense. Well, you think the lawyer should provide the best defense too. You just got 2 different definitions. Well, it's the court's job to determine guilt. This is true, but it doesn't talk about our author's position at all. So it's not central enough. B, defense lawyers should put aside personal judgments about client's guilt. Ooh, not our author. Our author says, if you know that client's guilty, you can't say otherwise. Now, the scholars say that, put aside your personal judgment. So B, you got to go. C, in a democracy, all persons accused of crimes, right to an attorney, will state, yes, but that's not the main point. The main point, when there's an argument, is the other guys don't have it right. Our author's point is the scholars don't quite have it right. D says that. Lawyers should be mindful of their duty to society as well as clients. Our author says we got a 2-fold job, and base decision as to whether and how to defend a client on the facts of the case. It doesn't really say the scholars don't have it right, but if the scholars say you got one job and our author says you got two jobs, there's a second job to society. We know you've got the job to the client. This is absolutely much, much better than A, B, and C. What's wrong with E? Defense attorneys obligated to defend clients who request their... No. They said, our author actually said at lines 46 through 49, that you should not be mouthpieces. We should not take cases that we can't, I think it was 46 through 49. Yeah. The fact that every client is entitled to a defense does not mean defense lawyers should take every case they're offered. If you really can't jump on with both feet on this case, don't take it. So no, E isn't even true. Okay, so 1D, okay. Two. Which the following most accurately describes the author's attitude. Now, our author's attitude is in 2 and 3, not 1. Towards the twofold obligation. Well, the author says you got twofold obligations. So the author's attitude is, this is how it is. Notice the first word in A says confident, B certain, C satisfied, D pleased, E convinced. They're all pretty positive words. So, of course, we have to read further. But the first word flavors an answer. A, confident, enables defense lawyers to balance the competing responsibilities to court and society. The competing responsibilities are not to court and society. The competing responsibilities are to client and court. Now, A, you're out. If we're blowing by fast, maybe, but it should say court and client, if anything. B, certainly prevents defense lawyers from representing clients whom they know to be guilty. No, everyone is entitled to the best defense they can get. What our author says is the twofold obligation means we lawyers don't lie to court. If you know the client's guilty, then you argue for leniency and extenuating circumstances, but you don't say they're innocent. So, but they can still be defended. Absolutely. What about C? Satisfied. The twofold obligation helps defense lawyers to uncover facts. Lawyers uncover facts, period. It doesn't matter whether you're one of the scholar views, the paragraph 1 people, or the paragraph 2-3 author. D, pleased. The twofold, remember they're asking about the twofold, does not interfere with common defense strategies. Well, that looks good, but is it pleased? It doesn't interfere. Maybe thinks it doesn't have to interfere. We could pause with D. A, B, C are gone. E, convinced it does not represent a conflict of interest for defense lawyers. They like E, okay? And it kind of interferes with common defense, perhaps common defense strategies. What it does interfere with, I don't know about the strategy so much as it just says, scholars say, just be the mouth for the client. Stay out of it. Keep your opinion out of it. Our author says you can't do that. So 2E, A, B, C gone. D could cause pause. You know, we get down to 2 all the time. And then we have to make that differentiation. 3, which defining sentences would most logically begin a paragraph right after the end of this passage. When they ask a question like this, They'll either say what would be a good final sentence for the last paragraph, or in this case, a new sentence for a fourth paragraph. You still need to go to the end. Last sentence in the third paragraph. Lawyers should not be mere mouthpieces for a defendant, but instead advocates for the rights of the defendant given the facts of the case. Okay, where would we reasonably go next? A says, in keeping with this role, defense lawyers should base their cases upon the foundations of honesty, substantive accuracy, get the facts, and selectivity. Don't take a case if you don't feel you can give it your best. Looks good. Looks like something our author would say. Almost looks like a good last sentence, really, but that's all right. What about B? Therefore, practice of law remains morally dubious. No, our author does not think it's morally dubious. Nope, says it's real clear. You've got two jobs, that's all. B, you're gone. C, consequently, defendant's right to legal representation varies from case to case. No. Client always has a right to the best defense they can get. C, you're gone. D, thus lawyers' obligations are threefold. No, they're twofold. They're not threefold. We're not adding another factor. E, therefore judges or other officials of the court should interrogate defense attorneys. What? Now defense attorneys have to be interrogated. Our author wouldn't go there. No, it's just A. They might go there, but my gosh, that just seems so ludicrous given what we read. 3A. Okay, couple more. 4, according to the passage, that means what? It's a detail. Legal scholars, the folks up in paragraph 1, lines 15 to 19, what do they believe a defense lawyer's role to be? Well, 15 and 19, according to these scholars, lawyers' role is not. They love to tell us not. That's not as clear as tell us what is, okay? Is not, okay, to act as an advocate saying only, role is not to express or act on personal opinions. Instead, but act as an advocate saying only what the defendant would say if they had the training and resources to represent themselves. Okay. So pretty clear language. What's the defense lawyer's role? A source of legal information to help the jury. No, just defend that client. B, thorough investigator of all relevant evidence. Well, maybe, but that's not what the paragraph said. Paragraph said, role is defend. C, a diligent representative of the client's position. Ooh, that's looking good. D, facilitator and expediter of the cause of justice. That's pretty broad. I thought the passage right there said, just be the best advocate for your client, don't judge. E, energetic advocate, okay, of the client's right to legal representation. Everyone in this passage, I think, is an energetic advocate of the client's right to representation. The thing is, how does that take place? That's the issue. How does it take place? A diligent representative who doesn't take a position, that's what these scholars in the paragraph 1 say. So they like C here. And I think we can certainly justify that on what we read. Okay. 5. The relationship of the information contained in the two sentences. This is a very awkward question. The sentences 28 to 31, how do 28 and 31 relate to the language in 7 through 11? Oh, okay, so 28 to 31 says guilty defendants should not be entitled to false or insincere representation. When lawyers know with certainty defendants guilty, their duty is not to deny it. What is 711? So that's our author's position, clearly. 7 through 11 says they argue lawyers have no right to judge defendants. The job of the courts to determine guilt and innocence. Lawyer is to represent defendant before the court. They believe lawyer's responsibility is to state the facts, construct sound arguments, identify flaws, stay out of it, keep your personal opinions out of it. How does the sentence we just read, guilty defendants should not be entitled, lawyers know with certainty, don't deny that, how does that compare to what we just read? Well, let's see why B is the answer, because it's awkward. The author's opinion, that's what we see in lines 28 to 31. The author's opinion opposing another opinion reported by the author earlier in line 7 to 11. A little awkward. What's wrong with A? No significant relationship, very significant relationship. They're saying a lawyer does two different things, two different jobs. C, a hypothetical situation. We don't have any hypos in here. D, agreement in general. No, there's a disagreement here. E, essentially equivalent. No, there is a difference of opinion here. So, if we could get rid of C, there's no hypo. Get rid of D, there's no agreement in general. Get rid of E, there's no equivalence. Okay? We're down to A and B, and A says no relationship, and B says an opposition. If we can keep it simple like that, I think we could back into B, even though it's very awkwardly worded. So remember, with logic and reading, chip away at what's wrong. What you know is wrong. Leave open something that maybe is a little murky, like B, doesn't seem wrong, it's just a little awkward. Leave it open. Get rid of what's wrong. C, D, E, totally wrong. A seems pretty wrong. They look like they're two different views. So you go, I'll pick B. Totally valid way to back into an answer. So 5B, and the last one, 6. It can be inferred. These words from the passage mean nothing because we only infer from the passage. But anyway, it can be inferred that the author holds that a defense attorney who argues in court that a client is innocent. Okay, let's say for the moment, you are the law clerk, lawyer in the making, for the author of this passage, and you show up at court. They're up there making a statement to the court, Your Honor, my client is innocent. What do we know? What can we infer from that? You hear this, you know their view. A, if they argue in court the client is innocent, the author of this passage, A says, should sincerely believe the client may be innocent, have a sincere belief this client is innocent. Our author said, if you know they're innocent, of course you go to bat for them. If you know they're guilty, you don't say they're innocent. If you're uncertain, but you're pretty sure they're innocent, you still argue for them. So A has real merit. You would say, oh, wow, They must think this client's innocent because they're saying that in court. We're not supposed to say innocent according to this author, and we have to stay out of it. What about B? Would be right to do so even if they know they're guilty. Not our lawyer, not our author. C is assuming the role of the mouth. No. This author says we got two jobs. Advocate for the client, yes, and officer of the court. So no, not just the mouth. That's the paragraph 1, folks. D has favored the obligation to the court over society. No, is balancing the obligation to the client and society, but sincerely believes this client is innocent. E, typically not research the facts. Our author says, you got to research those facts, man. You've got to know what the facts are and act accordingly. So B, C, D, E, they're garbage. So A, yeah, we can get it. You have been wonderful. It's been fun spending the afternoon with you, doing this little mini flex test, little workout. Just a reminder, Sunday's Mother's Day, just in case it slipped your mind with the test. Don't forget those phone calls, cards, etc. Okay. And we will reconvene on Tuesday when we do the logic background. And then Thursday is the third workout. So we will see you next week, Tuesday and Thursday, 2:00. Brian again will send you an email with the links and the material. That'll be going out on Monday. Thank you. Stay well. Take care. Hope we got a little something out of this. Every time we do something real, it's a little bit of enlightenment, hopefully, comes forward. There's no shortage of things to know about this test. No. Bye.